Right, hello everyone, welcome to another stream. How are we doing? Hope you're having a good day so far. So, quick public announcement. There is a video which you can find on the YouTube channel. Here it is. Here's this one game pitch from Hero Studios. And I'll put the YouTube link in the chat. So if you haven't watched that there, you'll be able to know exactly what game we're working on. Well, there's a kind of like a pitch of the gameplay, the art style for now, and what we plan on doing. All that stuff is answered in this video, and you'll be able to understand what we're driving towards making. And in this stream today, we're going to be wrapping up on one of the last things that we need to do before we can start working on the actual game, if you will. This is still technically like engine code today. So we've got Magicavoxel, which we're using or which we will be using to make our assets for the game. For prototyping, at least, we might be doing others. We might be doing a different art style in production. I don't know, but for now, voxels just really hit that sweet spot of being easy to do and have a very we can do something very basic at the beginning, then opt into more higher quality stuff, so we can distinguish between different things. Basically, right? We can distinguish between this is a table and this is a chest and this is a person. We can tell the difference with voxels quite easily, and we can make them quite easily. So we've got this very simple animation where it is a shrinking box, right? Very revolutionary. And effectively, we just want to get that shrinking box animation playing inside the engine. And we have this exported as a Vox file, a VOX file, which will Magicavoxel outputs. Wrong one. Assets, voxel models, here. Now we've got a thing called Vox Builder. We're simply reading that binary file. We output our own custom binary file. So let's call it a voxel model file. So I call it a vmod. That's the file extension. And we find that output into the package directory. So this, you should just technically be able to ship this into a, zip up into a zip file, send it to someone, and they should just be able to play this right away, basically. So if we go to assets voxel models, there's the vmod file right in here. And yeah, it's just a little custom file, basically. It's currently sitting at 22K compared to 200K, surprisingly. I thought mine would be more since anyways, it's okay. So effectively, this is the data structure. It's in my little custom encoder format. This describes basically how our binary and text files can get serialized and deserialized into memory. So we've got a voxel model. A voxel model slice is what you'd think a voxel model is, right? It's just a bunch of voxels. And then, so we've got a bit set which represents if a voxel is there or not, basically. So you might have a 16 by 16 by 16 model, and you have 1 bit per voxel to see if a voxel exists in that position or not, a 3D map. And then you have a 3D map which now has 4 bits per voxel to say what material is at that position. So we can use this exist map to ray trace against, and when we hit a voxel, we'll sample from, or we'll read the set of bits from this materials map to know which material to use when we render it. So we're in the process of currently adjusting the render code from last stream. And when that is done, obviously, then it should just work. And we've got to just fix some bugs to make sure it works today. So the aim is to get something working today. but it's getting very, very close. On this voxel frame is simply just a frame index along a timeline where it falls. There can be spacing in between, and they're sorted from front to back, and which slice to represent. So you can have the same slice be reused across the whole voxel model animation, basically. And voxel slices are deduplicated inside the graphics code, so if multiple animations have the same voxel data, we don't re-upload it to the GPU, and we reference the same data, which is quite cool. But yeah, let's start off with a quick prayer and then we'll get going. Father in heaven, we thank you, Lord, for this day. We bless your holy name. I thank you, Lord God, for my life and for my family, and how you've kept them alive, even through times like COVID, Lord. You know, it's a very great thing. You've kept my family alive, and I thank you for doing that. Thank you for all these viewers here today, and I thank you for their lives. I thank you for preserving them and bringing them here today. Lord, I just pray that each and every one of my viewers gets to know you, and I pray that they ultimately receive you, Lord Jesus Christ, as Lord and Savior, believe on that finished work on the cross, that by your blood their sins are washed clean. I pray that they will believe before the time has run out, because it says in Isaiah 55 that we should seek the Lord while he is near. And I pray they will seek you while you are still near, while they're still capable to receive you as the Lord and Savior. Yeah, I pray, Lord, that you help us today achieve the things we set out to achieve. I pray ultimately your name be glorified in everything that we do, and show us mercy for our sin against you, Lord God, and help perfect us, sanctify us in every way, and lead us into those paths of righteousness for your name's sake. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Cool. Amazing. So let's get back into the graphics side of things. Cool, we're in a good place. Lovely. So last stream we're doing the voxel model cache, and the upload code. Here we go. Yeah, it's the voxel cache upload. We didn't tackle that. So now it's tackle it, which is great. So we've got to upload slices and frames, and the voxel models have the structures have just changed, right? So we've got this sort of graphics render voxel model. This comes from the game. So this is like the public interface of the graphics module. So it says like, hey, these are how big the model is, and what's the shape, basically, and what's the ID. So if it's coming from a file, the ID would be like the string name, and then it will know like, hey, inside the voxel model file folder, it's called shrinking box. So I'll load shrinking box, right? Or to go over all these voxel models, we're going to load them if they're not already loaded. And we adjusted that code last stream to use the new file. So it reads from the new file here. So it reads the file, and if we couldn't read it, it just does a default 16 by 16 block. So it's painfully obvious what is wrong. And it ones all the memory basically. And then we have we get the source model. This is the file basically, from the file. We get the slices and the frames, and we go over and upload all this. We deduplicate all the slices by potentially loading these ones as well into CPU memory from the file, like the CPU memory structures, get the slice IDs. Then we allocate the frames and populate the frame data as well to point to the right slices at a certain timeline frame index. And then we set up the model with the frame block, and we say that this model and these frames have been changed. Right, so now, after we run this, it should have changed all of these guys possibly, where it says, hey, there's some models which need uploading, upload them. There's some slices which need uploading, upload those, and so on, right? And what was that? So now it goes over all of the model instances. Yeah, we should probably... Yes, the model instances get uploaded every single frame, right? And that just points to... Yeah, we'll need to calculate the frame index. That's the only thing that's new. But yeah, it points to a particular model. But now we've added a thing called a frame index. Now I hope I changed the right file there. I'm glad I moved the... Yeah, I did upload the right file, right? I'm glad I've moved the generated files into like a build folder now, so they don't get not in the source code anymore, which is cool. So we need to say frame index, right? So how do we calculate the right frame index? So the graphics render voxel model instance is something that the game makes. And the game says like, hey, I want to render this model and I want to render it at this place. So essentially, we do not know what frame. Yeah, so we could have a fixed frame rate, or we say like, I don't know, 16 frames a second for the models, or 30 FPS for the models. And then what's the biggest it goes up to, Magicavoxel? Right, so it keeps you can go on for a bit. Right, 360. So if you had... Okay, this is alright then. So we did 30 frames a second. Right, that's 1 second. And that's 2 seconds. Then... That's quite manageable, isn't it? I don't think we want to do 60 FPS in the voxels, right? That would be quite mad. 30 frames in a second, that would be cool. So we could do it fixed like that on everything. We also don't know how long the animations run for as well. So maybe the best thing to do is just let's just do this for now. Anim time. Animt. In seconds. So if we get the source, animt in seconds, right? So there is a frame max in one of these. Where is it located? Yeah, so you get a model ID. I call that source model. Now I reckon we can get a voxel model, which is the graphics internal representation. And I call object pool get. So cache the models pool, then model ID. Now inside here, we will have the model frame max. Right, so let's say it's 30 seconds Let's put the constant up here somewhere, I think. I'm not sure yet. Put it as part of the cache right here, yeah? Define voxel model anim FPS, right? Animation frames per second. Let's just say it's 30. So if we cast these into a float, so that's the maximum it is, right? Then if we divide it by how many frames per second, this will get it into seconds. So then I think you just divide it by the total, and this will get you your sort of timeline frame index. I think that's right. So say if you have going on here. Oh, okay, yes, you gotta let floor it, I think. Cool. So you say if you have like 1 second. Okay, so you have 60 frames, right, divided by 30. Frame max. So 0. So if you go up to 29, all right, frame 29, that is 30 frames, isn't it? Right? So if that is 30 frames, then you've actually got... Well, are you going to play past... Yes, you go and 1, right, it's 29. Hmm. Yeah. So I think you need to then do +1 because it's a maximum and not a count, basically. It's a good question. Now he's off by 1, Zay. I think we need to add 1 because that gets you into sort of a frame count rather than a max. He's divided by the number of frames per second. Maybe we just need to change it to frame count. No, frame max is probably fine. Yeah, so then... Yeah, this is a little weird. So if you had 2 frames... Right, start with something simple. So if you had 2 frames and you're at 2 frames a second, you would start your timer off. It's going to display frame 0 for a bit. You increase it by dt, and when it reaches frame, yes, when it reaches 0.5, right, it would switch over to frame 2. and then it will get to the end of the second, and that will be it, wouldn't it? Or the other way you could make it work, I guess, is at frame 0. So at 0 time, it displays frame 0. When you get to 1 second, it would display frame 2. Or if that was at 2 FPS. Like, both would technically be 2 FPS though, which is the crazy thing. But yeah, so if you're saying is this takes the time it takes to run the whole animation is a second, and it's 2 frames. Then yeah, so I think you can treat these as start and end positions. So when you reach the end of the animation, that'll be the last frame. Yeah, I think that's right. So the maths for that, what would that be? So you've got a frame max of 1, let's say. So you do 1 plus 1, that gets you 2. And your FPS will be 2, so yeah. So you would divide that, you'd obviously get 1. So yeah, that is the right maths. That's good. So then the problem is you just got to clamp it now. Well, you got to so 0 to 1. Yeah, then you've got to clamp it for a minute, basically. So min E32 with the max. Amazing. Cool. So now it's got to seek and find for the for the actual frame index, if you get me. So you've got the timeline frame index here, but that doesn't necessarily match up with the actual number of frames there are. So 22 here will just be shown frame 20, but 21 doesn't appear until 24, right? So we're searching for those. So we just literally scan. We just do a linear scan for now. You know, it might be better to do like a binary search. That's what I'm looking for. I was about to say bilinear. But no. So yeah, a binary search will probably be better. Probably. So number of frames, you find that model, go over all the frames. Thankfully, the frames available inside the model itself, kind of. All right, let's go and get that array quick. There's the code. So we go over all the frames and we check the timeline index. So as soon as the timeline index is, what do we want to say? So this, as soon as this one is greater than or equal, because it's going to be less than when we search from the bottom, isn't it? And so let's start off as 0. Right, you can't go wrong with 0. Yeah, it's going to be less than until you reach the frame, basically. And that should be it. So like what happens then if your frame index, right, let's say you got a case like this, right, it goes up to 30. So your timeline frame index is 30. Then you might have to do this take one. Display one at the back, basically, because if your timeline frame index is 30, but you only go up to 21. Oh, this is completely wrong, isn't it? I think I'm looking for a less than, sorry. I think that's what we're looking for. Less than or equal. Right, shuffle this up to here. So you've got a frame index of 21. That's frame index 21. But on the timeline, it's 25. So this is 20. 22 on the timeline frame. So you scan over all the frames and you come across that. Right, say you're looking for. Yeah, you got 22. You come across all these ones which are less than, like 18. And it says frame, and it says I'm on 18. So it says, obviously 22 is not less than 18, so it won't do this, right? So it keeps skipping these. So you eventually get to 22. Sorry, you get to this frame index 21, and it's at 25. So we realize this is at 25, and now we're less than or equal to this one. So because we're less than or equal to, we're actually here on the timeline. We actually want to go back, right, and use that one. Right, if we're less than, we want to go back. If we're equal, we want this one, right? So the question then would be, is what happens? Yeah, there's a few little edge cases, but it's fine. So if we're less than, and if we're equal, but then if index is 0, then you just want to use 0 anyway. So I guess you can say minus index not equal to 0. Right, so if it's equal to 0, then it will just stay being 0 basically. That solves that problem where you're missing the first frame. It'll just stick to the first one you actually have. Then and then if you end up so if you got this 28, the last one here is 21, right? Frame 21. And it will go over this whole loop. It will never hit any of these which are true, but then it reaches the end and it just says, right, we'll choose the last available frame. Hey there, Sever. Welcome, sir. How are you? God bless you. How you been? Happy Friday to you. Hope you're having a good day so far. How's the engine coming along? It's coming along quite good. I actually just released a new video on the YouTube channel. Yeah, it's here, this one here. So you go to the YouTube channel. I'll put the link again. It's basically going over the game that we'll be working on. And I think this should be the last stream where we're working on the quote-unquote engine, if you will. Obviously, we're going to come back to it and do some bits, but this is the last sort of one before we're going all into the prototype. There's a game prototype, there's a whole game pitch there going into sort of like what the genre is and what the gameplay is going to be like, and mechanics and stuff like that, and obviously the theme of the game as well, like the setting and that. And but yeah, so we've got these voxel graphics, you know. Maybe we might use these as sort of like a final art style as voxels, I don't know, but for now they're just really great things to, an easy thing to do just to prototype graphics with. So we're just using Magicavoxel here. We've got a little custom builder called the Vox builder. So it takes the VOX files in from Magicavoxel, and I'm supporting a subsection of it where I just support a single model per file and animations, and output them to a little custom file. And that custom file is being read in right now, and we're just simply trying to handle that logic. So we actually can render these things, which it will be very, very cool. So there's a build system we have now where it literally runs and waits in the background. And the beautiful thing is if you change an asset, change any code, it rebuilds those things, tells the game, or it tells the game then tells the engine, hey, these things are reloaded, please reload them for me. And then it hot reloads the assets and reloads the game. So it's pretty cool. I'm happy we've got all that stuff in, so it's going to make development a lot better. Yeah, using Vulkan, yeah. Yeah, there's some things where you have to use your brain sometimes, like this timeline thing. I'm like, my brain, because it's all like off by one logic is like super prone in that, and you're like, but most of the time when I'm programming, I can just like turn my brain off and just go. But yeah, sometimes these things pop up. I like when I can turn my brain off, because you know, these days I'm not always getting the best sleep, and the less I use my brain, the more I can program, basically. Using brain makes me tired. But yeah, you working on some of your own stuff at the moment? I guess you got some projects of your own? Right, so yeah, we just worked out how to do the frame index. Seems alright. So we're doing the voxel cache upload. So we've got the voxel models hopefully going up. We've just, every frame we're going to upload all of the instances, because they change every frame, right? That's the whole point. These things. And all the palettes, the number of the number of palettes have changed. So I think in the game they use a different constant. No, they don't. Okay, that's cool. Right, let's keep going. So voxel exists. Yeah, quite busy with school at the moment though. Oh, fair play. You studying computer science, I guess? Voxel exists, change start. So yeah, this just uploads all the voxels. Nothing changed there basically. Then all the materials for those voxels. So there's just a bit for each voxel basically for the exist map, and then 4 bits for each material in a separate map. And then if the models have changed, upload these. Right, this has changed too. So we need to upload the frames. So model slices. Cool, I'm happy with that. So model slice. So a model slice is basically what you expect, right? It's a 3D model. But we call it a slice because it's a slice of a 4D object, right? Because the animation is 4 dimensions. It's 3D going through time. A bit like we are, right? We're 3D beings going through time. So yeah, that's what we mean by a slice. So a model is a model is a 4D object, right? It's an animation basically. I didn't want to just call my models animations, so that's the reason why they're this way. But there we go, naming stuff is sometimes hard. So these are the frames. Frames are just a link between a frame index on the timeline or in this case, the frames are literally just pointers or indices to which slice to render for that frame. Since on the GPU we don't need that logic, which is very, very nice. We just need... So this would then just be an index. Right, we'll sort these guys out. Oh, we need a frames buffer as well. Okay, we'll do that. Hey there, Stipe. Welcome, sir. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Hope you're having a good week so far. Yeah, computer science. Cool, cool. Nice. Can people not stop talking about AI by any chance in your class? Does it get annoying? People like just non-stop talking about AI, guaranteed. I'll just be can imagine it's very popular, especially at school, where people can practically like cheat to do their homework. Well, I had a course called AI. Fair enough, right? So I guess there's going to be non-stop talk about AI in AI, right? That's kind of interesting. They've done that one all of a sudden. That's kind of good, right? Because then it means your college is trying, or where you're going, your uni, is trying to adapt to what's going on in the world, kind of. Yeah, but not in the sense that people are scared. Oh, that's great. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, because honestly, if people are scared of this, like obviously it's unknown, but everything about life is kind of unknown. Like, it's like the best thing for people who are not scared is that there's tons of people who are scared it'll take jobs and I can end up like not getting into the industry. So it's just going to make your job more valuable, right? Um, so it gets rid of all the people who were not really interested in the first place. Hopefully. It's like a pruning process. I mean, the course is more about algorithms, to be fair, right? Like a Markov chain. That's great. So you actually get to learn like how the fundamentals sort of work, kind of. Nice. Right. Okay. That's cool. It sounds like your uni actually teaches you stuff. My uni was just, or my college I went to, which did a uni course that promised me I could go to uni in the end and finish my last year, but that promise was obviously not kept. Um, But yeah, did us a court. There was a section on making websites, and people got like, I think they got like merits or whatever. So that's like, there's like pass, merit, and distinction, right? They got merit for using like Wix, so like a website generator, and yeah, it's just, the standard is very, very low. Um, where I went, unfortunately, kind of bizarre. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. At this point, just like stamping certificates for people to, or sorry, stamping their degrees and sending them out just for doing something very basic. Kind of sucks. I was thinking of not having. Right, so I think a model doesn't need to actually exist on the. Was that right? No, 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 no. A model is the start index and number of frames, yeah. Right, but a frame index is just. Hang on a minute. When I want to render an instance, I'm just. So it's just a slice. What slice do you want to render? Oh yeah, that makes far more sense. So the model frames don't even need to exist on the GPU, neither does the model. I think. Oh yeah, there is a looping aspect that we forgot to handle as well. Yeah, that's great. So the model doesn't have to exist, just the slice. And this frame is actually called a slice. Nice. Make it a little bit more descriptive, it's a model slice. Yeah, I'm from the UK. Yep. Based in the southeast, basically. Put it that way. I'm not sure what the rest of the UK is for education in computer science, though. Maybe it's better. You would hope it is. Like, I left left the course, and one of these other people who was in my class, who was it was programming. He knew how to program in like certain languages, like higher level languages and stuff. But he said to me one day that he didn't even know how like an array works, right? Like how it actually works, like in memory and all of this. And like that's just a complete fail of the education system at that point. Like an array is the most simple thing to understand, and like they can't even teach that in like a 3-year university course on computer science. Yeah, an array is just a pointer to a place in memory. It's an address. It's contiguous in memory, right? Obviously, there's virtual memory involved and stuff, but you can ignore that bit and you can just teach. It's just an address, and then a count has a number of elements, and it's just adding indices to that base pointer, right? And you're multiplying by the stride of each element, right? Anyway, yeah, it's really bad. Then they teach OOP on top of that, obviously, right? Hey. But yeah, I'm literally like considering not sending my child to school because, like, it just feels so impractical. Just school. It just feels like basically you're babysitting a child and that child. doesn't get shown the care, and doesn't get shown paths to where to go in life. And I just feel like it's just so parents can both go and work, basically. School. Yeah. You're for Belgium. I feel like our education system is quite good. Nice. That's great. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm glad you have that experience. That's awesome. I've heard people from Sweden have had really good experiences, and it's free over there, right? Like they don't even pay money, and they get good education. So you know, and that's really great. And you know, I hope all schools are like a good experience. You know, we actually learn things. You know, my tutor said to me, you know, university, Henry, is not a place for you to learn. You know, it's a place for you to uh, show your skills and get a qualification or something like that. He was implying. Like, what is uni if it's not a place to learn? You know. Um. Hey, Perry Perry. Yeah, good man. Good, very very good. How are you? You know, if you go to the YouTube channel Perry Perry, you'll see there's a video that's been released. Have a look. Go to the Hero Studios YouTube channel and there's a game pitch. And that's the game we'll be working on for the next, I don't know, I'm just using the number 6 months, we'll see, but a prototype. And if you want to know what game we're working on and behind the scenes, working towards, go check that video and you'll know. I'm hoping that maybe putting together some notes, so some notes can be looked at as well and people can follow my thoughts and the design through note form. I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to do that is. I'm looking at Obsidian because it looks really great, like desktop client Markdown, but trying to make that shareable is another question. Maybe I'll put it on GitHub, I don't know. But yeah, how are you doing, Perry Perry? Good to see you. The Scandinavian way of education is just superb. The way they test students is great. Fair enough. No, I haven't looked into it too much. Just heard good things. But yeah, so what did we change? What did we change? So we changed it such that now the instance doesn't even need a frame. It's more of like, hey, I want the slice, right? So if it's the slice, then you just do slice index, it's model slice index. And then it's frames index slice ID dot raw and this, yeah? Oh, this makes an absolute ton of sense. So technically we don't need to actually upload any models. We just need to upload the slices and the frames don't need to be uploaded also. That's incredibly cool. Yeah, slices are the old... Slices are the new models, basically, and a model is an animation. Maybe I should rename it, but there we go. Okay. Right, then we just need to store in the bit set, basically. So it's a v0 voxel model slice. Sorry, graphics vk voxel model slice. Yeah, dim set, this is it. There's a little bit packing for me, it's just code gen. Pretty cool, pretty nice. Okay, so goes into DST. Right, we're getting very close. So there's a right. Do we need? So we don't need a frames buffer or a models buffer anymore. All that goes. Man, we're in such a good place. Cool. Amazing. So I think we can come back to this in a bit and we can handle like what happens when you completely fill up. You know what? We can answer that question already. It's very simple. Here we just, there's an abort. Right? So core, abort, hand, we can say like, so out of memory, handle, recycling basically. Recycling old model slices that haven't been used for a while. Probably a linked list. Right, so just grab the oldest one. I think that's the way we'll go. So we actually have that in another place, I think. What happens when we... Yeah, I guess that can overflow as well. That's cool. But yeah, that's good. So that'll, they'll just... Eventually run out. We'll either just bump the number or actually implement the proper system. But for now, let's go into the... Right, so voxel render, layer buffer. This is the shader code basically. So we want to do slice. So we get all the model slices. Anything else? Doing the shade at the end. The final shading pass. Doing fine. Working on my editor. Very, very cool. Yesterday I did the HSV color picker. Nice, which was kind of fun to program, and I thought it would be difficult but surprisingly straightforward. Yep. Have to refactor the animation system for sprites and re-implement serialization after that. I think I can prototype some ideas. Cool. That's great. That's not too close. There's two more things. Maybe a third thing might pop up, but that seems great because very, very close now. Very cool. I'm guessing it's a 2D game because you said sprites. Oh, we need to find that definition in graphics shared. There we go. Make a new type there. Very, very cool. Right, keep going. Oh, yeah, this is the reload, isn't it? Cool. ID. Yeah, so when I hot reload, I need to reload all the function pointers. So that's the thing. Not the best, but it does the job. So there's another one. Model slice. Right, so there's a hash function to f and v for this one. Right. It's And then how do you hash the key? What's U64? That's how you hash it. How do you compare U64? There you go. Cool. Voids and templates. Okay, so now we just need to change the actual GPU code, write the shader code. So there's a layer buffer. So essentially, I've got a visibility buffer with 4 layers, so I can do transparency. It's a cool idea, but obviously it removes like doing early Z testing, because I basically um, manually encode a depth buffer, and because there's 4 layers of depth, right? So, and also the voxel ray tracer happens in this pass. It's not really like a lightweight visibility buffer anymore. um, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, we use that sort of a pixel interlocked extension and read in 128 bits for color and 128 bits for depth, and manually insert them back in. And it works surprisingly well into 4 layers, so now you get order independent transparency. So it's really great for transparent object renders, but it's not obviously the best for when you can just do opaques. So I think I want to do a fast opaque pass, and I might have to do that very soon, depending on what happens when we render the main map and everything, right? So we'll see how everything performs, and if it's not great, we'll come and quickly do of 2 passes. We'll do a visibility buffer, then the layer buffer for transparent objects, and yeah. Yeah, there's always some other thing that pops up. Yeah, exactly. But I enjoy working on engine tools stuff. Yeah, me too. Sometime more than making games. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem, isn't it? You just want to go and correct the engine and make it better. You're like, eh. Yes, to the game. Cool, cool, cool. I really want this to be my first Steam game. Nice. So 3D was too much, I think. I want to go 2D pixel art game. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about doing 3D. It is quite a lot. There's plenty of games that sell which are 2D, and there's plenty of new and cool stuff you can still do with 2D graphics. I wouldn't be worried about doing 2D. Yeah. Yeah, where was I with this thing? So, yeah, there's code which could have changed. Yeah, here we go. So, voxel model GPU, this thing. So we have to change all of these. Yeah, so this is now a slice. So I need to extract that out. So it's like a graphics VK model. Oh, sorry, voxel model slice voxel dims. So that's just a little decode function, code generated. Come on. Oh, I'm missing the word GPU, I think. No. Oh, right, it won't show up because it's in the code generated file. Okay, that'll be fine. But I'm pretty sure that's it. So get that, decode into U32 vector. Yep. Right, so any more model stuff? Right, so voxel start index. Check the voxel exists map, and then yeah, so this macro will basically index that takes in the start index of the voxel that you want, of where your voxels are stored for this model, and then the relative index from that start index, and it it indexed into an array of of U32 words, which represent a bit per voxel, basically, and does all the... It's a bit crazy, but it does it. Gives you a Boolean back if it exists or not. Then, anyways, just a little ray tracer, no biggie. So I think this is everything you need. So let's transition over to scene shade. This is the final shading pass, right? It's deferred rendering, deferred shading, but 4 layers of deferred shading. So yeah, because it uses a layer buffer. So here we go. Yeah, I really should call that a model slice, but anyway. Right, so we look for model. What else do we do in here? Yeah, it does have voxel dims again. I think that's it. Then we recompute something. I forget what we recompute. Yeah, well, I think we just re-ray trace against that box. Yeah, that single voxel that we found and compute the normal and all of that again. And fetch the material index once after we've ray traced, right? Cool. That's it. Right, I think that's it. Let's try and get this compiling again. Here we go. Right, what we got? So, right, graphics VKC. Oh. You have a separate GL Playground project where I do 3D and 2D demos. Cool. Just learn graphics techniques. That's great. That's really cool. Yeah, there's lots of cool stuff you do with shaders these days. GPUs are like stupidly powerful. It's great. Like, there's lots of good post-processing stuff you can do as well, and yeah, good fun. Oh, okay. Hang on. What do you mean? All right, model index. Okay. I think that's sorted that out. What is this complaining about? So, conversion between a U8 vector 3 from a... I thought I sorted those problems out. 94. Oh, graphics C. I see you. Didn't realize we had some stuff in here. Oh, of course we do for the payload. Right. Gotcha. Cool. Right. Progress. Things are compiling. This is great. So 536. Interesting. What are you complaining about? So it's saying it's trying to allocate this slice and the voxels count is 0. Right, we're getting the debugger now. Let's inspect that data. Do the build system. So it inspects the child processes, which is great. So the build system will then launch the game and then, yeah, so it's very handy. It can inspect the child processes, which is super great. So happy with that. Anyway, right, so the hash is a hash by the looks of it. It seems somewhat sensible. The dims are 16, 16, 16. Ah, for crying out loud, of course. Overflow in it. So, overflow. What do we do here? Well, we can manually do it, but this makes this function kind of pointless. Maybe we should change it. I think we'll do it manually for now. Now, it's used in a few places. You know what? Let's change it. I have, though, however, got to change the... It's in that third-party folder. Yeah, we've got to do a commit into that third-party repo then if we did that. This is the problem with splitting this repo up. Right, this is in vector... Yes, the issue is they're not gonna cast into ints or anything like that manually, which kind of sucks. So we could get them to... We could cast them up into like a U32, right? And then do the maths. Then return it as U30. Sorry, upcast into U32 times 3. Then call that version of it. Now, I think what we should do is leave it like that. But we'll do instead. So product elements U32 times 3. Then do a what is the function name called? It's called something like that. And that'll be voxel dims. That's sorted out. Right, made progress. What does this complain about now? So VK material GPU. So seems like we've got some kind of out of memory. Sorry, like a bounds. Out of bounds type thing. Yes, I think we Yeah, I have to run this in the debugger, but I don't think we're filling in all 16 slots, just slot 0. So I think this material here for this model is using like a slot. I need to find the color, but I think it's not using 0 basically, and we're not filled it in. My thoughts. Okay, so we go up here. Index is okay, 4. Interesting. Right, so it gets to 4. That's the one after 3, which was the original, which was the maximum before when we last ran the code successfully, basically. So I think something fishy going on here. Oh, times 4. What's that talking about? Bit questionable. But yeah, so 16 now. There's a little hack that we did basically in material cache where it just does for every single model instance, we're just going to get their own. Yeah, this has got a bunch of hard-coded 4s everywhere. There we go. Yeah, so essentially every model instance gets like its own range of 16 materials. That's just the way I've decided to do it, so we can make them change at runtime and stuff if we wanted. But it's not an end solution for this engine, but it just will work for now, and it's just using the solid material. So it's just a simple shader where it just renders a single color basically with a certain set of properties. Where's the metalness and all that? Didn't we set metal? Oh, sorry, we're not doing metal rough. We're doing diffuse specular, of course. Derp. Yeah, diffuse specular profiles we're doing. Cool. So this one's complaining at same place, I think. See what the difference is though. Oh, this one is working. Hmm. Interesting. Right. So this seems like it's the model from Magicavoxel. Should we see it working though? There should be an animation playing. The reason why there's not animation playing is because we're not incrementing that time field. So we go to the game and go to the graphics render model instance. There's a field that's missing called animation t seconds. So I guess we'll just call it t. Do a static float t. And then we do t plus equal the delta time. Do we have a delta time anywhere? G game delta time. Where's dt at? Oh, fixed dt. What a fixed dt. Look at that. Hang on a minute. Yeah, that's because we... yeah, technically we should be getting a dt from when we next write this. Hang on a minute. Yeah, so... yeah, I think there's going to be... yeah, there's going to be problems with this setup. I haven't fully written it, but basically there might need to be some payload interpolation or payload X, what do you call it? Where it predicts where it's going to be going. I'm not sure which one we'll do yet. So if you get latency by doing interpolation, or you do the other way around where you sort of try and predict where things go, and then potentially might be errors if your code can't quite figure out the future, or things are moving absolutely too fast, and it's impossible to work out the future. So yeah, and also, why is that called cross? That's just the wrong model. Oh, so that's loading the default model. Yeah, so we want to be loading the shrinking box. Is that right? Shrinking box. Yeah, shrinking. So anyway, we'll just go by the fixed delta time. There we go. Okay. Ta-da. So it's technically not going to be correct, but right. See how that goes. It might be running too fast. Oh, this is cool. We're seeing. Oh, okay. There's something completely busted. Oh, it was working. Oh, right. Yeah, we need that loop. Is it set to loop? It's not, is it? Right, here's a fun one. Press that loop button right there. And bring this down here. Then play. There's a shrinking box like this. Gonna be really fast on and it just keeps looping, yeah? So if we take that and we save it. Yeah, so it should have hot reloaded, but the issue is I haven't got the loop code in. And that's because I missed it. So we go to cache upload. Voxel cache upload, here we go. So here this frame, yeah, we do this, right? So let's go work out this maths now. So this gives you the number of how many seconds. So animation duration. That's this. Now, the thing that becomes clear is we need to know if we want to loop or not. So what does looping do? Well, looping is it just a mod at that point? No, what is it? So animation t seconds. Yeah, I think you want to mod it by duration seconds first, right? So if model flags and v0 voxel model flags loop, t percent equal. We can't do that, right? We'll do a f mod f. This. That's right. Yeah, so f mod f. Then I think that'll be it. So we run that. Right, hot reloaded, but I don't think it worked, unfortunately. Right, so let's get in there with the debugger now. Inspect the data. So what's going on here? So let's give it a run. So there's the full model. Ta-da! It doesn't seem buggy there, which is great. So we inspect this here. So flags 1 is set, so that loop is set. We've got t here being 9. We mod it in with under a second, and we get 1, yeah? So 0. No. Oh, we didn't cast that into a float anymore. Nah, no, still. Doesn't have to be. So is that the wrong way around? Maybe. So T tells you how long you are. I think that might be the right way around now. Nope. Right, so if it was like, yeah, so 0.4 divided by 0.7 gave us 0.5. Yeah, that's right. So you're halfway along. So it's in like a ratio form, isn't it? Yeah. So then you need to multiply that by the number of frames that there are, I think. Yeah, multiply by that by the number of frames there are. So that's frame max. Yeah, so maybe the min. So the else t min t with this. But not that. The most you'd be able to get is 1 now. So now you just need to multiply by the number of frames. Is that right? Or the maximum one? One like that. So if you got 29, the 1 would be 29. I think so. Then do you want to do a floor? Or do you want to do a round? Probably a floor. Maybe, we'll see. But then if it loops, right? If you do a floor and it loops, it means you'll get to the last frame and it'll instantly not show. And maybe we can just do a round. Yeah, let's do a round. Maybe it's correct, incorrect. Does that mean the last frame won't show? If not. But then if it's not looping, the first frame will get shown for half the time as the second frame will. But even in here, right? Even in here, how does this behave? So you would get to your last one, and then it instantly will go back around here, right? No, it shows it there for a... Yeah, it shows it there. And that's what we've got to account for. So... No, floor is right. I think it'll work. So you've got... So because we did a +1... So that's going to be 20... There's 22 there, right? Because you're including 0. So then... Your max is 21. So you do a +1, which makes it 22. So... Yeah, let's make this simple. So let's think there's 2 frames, right? 0 and 1. Going back to this thing again. So imagine FPS is 2. So 2 frames a second. So we've got... See, the way you expect it to happen is frame 0 shows for half a second. Or, okay, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do that, then change in the settings. FPS. Wait, how many frames does it run for? We can do that. Right. And 1. It's about 4 frames a second, this at the moment. And 1. 4 frames in a second. Go to 4. And 1. And 3. And 4. And 5. 6. Yeah, so we've got 4 frames. No, sorry, that's 5 frames a second, roughly, isn't it? I think it's in the settings. Let's have a look at that. So bin, Magicavoxel, config. I think it's in here, FPS. Great. The time step of each frame. What is it talking about? Look in the controls top left timeline, you'll see the setting specify time step. I think it's talking rubbish. That's obviously the frame number, current frame. Yeah, there's a global time. Or maybe there's an old version or something. Edit tool frame, is that even a thing? No, not even like that. Animation, playback, speed. You change the physical spacing of keyframes along the timeline. Just playback speed. Open the animation model, click in the left. Yeah, but it's already really slow anyway. Like, there's obviously a certain speed it plays at. I think it plays at 5 FPS. That's my guess. So, ready? And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Right, so there's... Okay, so let's just say it's 5 FPS. So you've got... So by the time you say 1 and 2 and... Yeah, when you say like and 1, it would have got here and then left. So that means you've got 5 frames. In order to do it right, you've got to do... I think you add another one, right? So if you did 1 divided by 6, right, that's the spacing you need, right? So every time you got 5 of these, right? Unless it is divided by 5, we'll see. Anyway, so we... Yeah, so I think you would do... There's 1.666 basically. So you do 1.666 times by 4. So that is... So 1 will get you there, 2, 3... Sorry, 0.166, wasn't it? Anyway, so that'll be... Right, ignore the minus. I think that's still off. So maybe it was divided by 5. Okay, so you got... So 1 divided by 5, yeah? 0.2. So after... Yeah, so... That's after one frame gets to 0.2. After the next frame gets to 0.4. Right, so it's 3, 4. Then 4... So 1, 2, 3, then 4, yeah? Now this last frame here, you've still got a whole extra 0.2 seconds, right, to go. And then you reach 1, and it wraps back around again, right? So that's the maths, right? So you've got... So the maximum frame number is 4. You add 1, it gets you 5. 1 divided by 5. I think we're doing that maths anyway, but it's good just to double check. So max frame plus 1, right? Divide that by the FPS. So that would be... So in this logic, let's pretend it's The max is 4, add 1, it's 5. Say if the FPS is 5, it's not, it's 30, but say it's 5. That'll give you 1 second of duration. Okay. So yeah. So when you're at 0.8, right, or 0.81, let's say, are you getting the right number? Are you displaying frame number 5, basically? Are you displaying frame number, frame index 4, that would be. So 0.8 divided by 1 obviously gets you 1, multiplied by frame max, which will be 4. Right, it's not right, is it? That will get you, right, 0.81, let's say, times that by 4. That gets you 3. So you'd floor it, but you want the last frame. So to get the last frame, you actually need to be timesing it by 5. I'm glad we went through that. That was painful, but that's the right answer. So you want to be doing, so 0.81 times by 5 gets you 4. Yeah. You floor it and voila. Okay. So something we've got to be very careful of is you could, yeah, no, I think this will be okay. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, so we could say it was smack bang on 0.8. We times it by 5. It is 4, but it could end up being like 3.999 maybe. Anyway, but this is good. This is correct. So that's the right maths. So hopefully that works. Let's give it a play. Right, don't see anything yet. Maybe it was playing first. I did not see it. But we're getting there. Let's take a look at this. Frame index 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, and 0. Cool, so it's ticking. We like ticking. Ticking is good. So, oh, we're using the wrong index in frame index now. Didn't see that one coming. Very close. Right. There's clearly some kind of animation. Unfortunately, it's completely busted. But it's stupidly quick, right? As well, that's kind of the problem. We could reduce the FPS for now just to make it something sensible and understandable. So we change that to 5 to probably match what the editor is. So this is meant to just be a shrinking box, by the way. Here's what it's supposed to be like, just a shrinking box. But the great thing is it's looping. So it shrinks into the corner, basically. It's really cool that it's looping. So we are swizzling these things. What we could do for now is just debug it very simply. So we can simply do this and save out. We can just save out this, right? Save. Then it should hot reload. Oh, I don't think it's handling vmod files yet. We can sort that out. Give me 2 seconds. So I changed the file extension. Right, so let's go ahead over to here and move this. And then save it. Okay, that hot reloaded. That's amazing. Cool. So hot reloaded, that's cool. So it seems what's going on is right. That's great. It's reloading assets. That's pretty cool. But yeah. So something to do with how it's either serializing out or serializing in those those voxels basically is wrong. So we can inspect that now. That's cool. Oh, by the way, guys, if you didn't know, today there's a release on the YouTube channel. If you want to see the project that we're working on, the game idea, so the prototype that we'll be working on in this engine live on stream, that will be starting whenever this voxel code is basically working. We'll be starting on making the game world, making the players, making the mechanics and everything like that. So it's all, if you go to their YouTube channel, you'll see the latest video. Go and watch it whenever you got time. And if you can, please show your support, like it, obviously share it around and help people find the channel as well. Really, really would appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Yeah, exciting times ahead. All right, let's keep going. So the voxel builder, let's just start there, start at the bottom. There's only a few places it goes through, right? So we read from the file and there's positions and stuff that we read in. Let's make sure these are right. Okay, so it does like a min x, y, z. X, y, z. Oh, that's what we can debug. You can do each slice manually anyway. You don't have to have it as a, yeah. This will help us. So you could just be like, right, show me frame 4. Right, so this is what we should see when we save it. Not really, right? We see this. So let's move it up to this one. What do we see? Okay, so what we're seeing is it doesn't seem like it's the case of many things. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's the case of many frames causing the problem. It seems like the frames individually by themselves, if they were exported on their own, are the problem. So that's a good thing to figure out. So XYZ, 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 XYZ. So we switch around there. Min max, min max. Right, so cool, looking good. Read over the voxels again. Get the material index. Right, so there is this sort of like swizzle. Maybe the swizzle code could be different. I did port it. We could go and bring back the other one, to be honest. Maybe this could be the issue. So it was outside the code base, so I had to completely change the code. But now I have updated the I've brought the engine code basically inside this little building utility, right? Nothing really too complicated there. Cool. What else could be the issue? So we swizzle that into a block. And then store them there, right? So how do they look when you export them? So we bump allocate into the file, copy. Right, what's the voxel count that gets stored in the file? DMXY. Yep. Cool, that's alright to me. So yeah, this seems okay. So we could try that. Right, apparently that changed nothing according to this. So let's check out the... the exist map. Right, store from file. So we read... So we get the map. Oh. Oh no, we are passing it in. Right, I thought it wasn't doing anything with it. Here we go. Yeah, so it goes into here. There's the map. Copy. Yeah, I think that's okay. Hmm. Hey, Longer, welcome. Yeah, nearly done. Just trying to figure out like the we're very, very close. Literally just it would got animation in there and everything. It's just the they're trying to figure out why it's not displaying the voxels in order. But yeah, it's close. We are swizzling them as well though. Using Morton code, you know. They're Morton swizzled. It's part of the problem, probably. But yeah, getting there. Have you got one? You've used obviously, I think, in the past, right? Oh, right. So save that out. We could do another model. This is too much, right? It's cool though. Don't get me wrong. I love it. Great test. I think we just need box, right? Shrinking box is too complicated for the first thing. Let's just do box. Do 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 do. Assets, voxel models, box mate. Had to write one for prototyping a long time ago. It was a terrible experience. Interesting. What did you use? Did you do the Vox format or did you use something else? I think the editor's now changed maybe. So I think it's a little bit better. Yeah, some things are not necessarily that straightforward in this editor though. Yeah. Yeah, the original Vox format. Yeah, they've added scenes and stuff. I've not supported scenes though. Because I don't need it. I've just done a single model and then animations. What are we trying to find? Want to find... Oh yeah, I want to go to the code. Go to the game. And where it says shrinking box, change the box. There we go. There's a box. Sorry. Yeah, box can't be loaded. Is that because... Yeah, the material index is greater than 15. Easy peasy, you can sort that out. So if we highlight like that, highlight all of that, paint, fill, let's go. And save. Model frames found, but all are outside of frame min, frame max. That's not very nice. I guess you always need to put it on the timeline. Ta-da! Okay, there it is. Ta-da! So, what if we painted the top with a different shade? I guess we won't be able to tell, actually. A Voxy Boxy, yeah. Voxy Boxy, that's a good name. Can I... How does one work this thing? It's not necessarily working. I'll pick a color, wouldn't it? Exactly. I want to poke. Is that as one like poke? Like, come on. All right, now you want to work. So, if I just did paint this, it doesn't work. Now it does. Cool. Right, so like 13, say, paint. Ah, there you go. Cool, it's a different shade. Bam. All right, so we're seeing there the material, yeah? So it does seem like it's kind of like showing up correctly. Nice. Do this side. Bum bum bum. All right, we're getting places. So it seems like it is kind of respected in ways. So what if we get it to shrink? There is a erase. Do a side, yeah? Interesting, that'll do for now. Let's do a save. That seems to be respecting what we want to do. Strange. So what if we did 2 of these things, right? So don't do that, please. Then what happens if... So now we do a play, or we do a save. Seems fine. So let's just shrink that in a bit. So you're telling me it's working? Well, it's a little bit wrong still. There's this sort of thing here which shouldn't be a... loop. We should be seeing this, but we know C. Right, so it is reloading and all of that, that's fine. I wonder why it's not snapping between these two. We've got a 2 FPS or something like that. We could do another one. And then say, drop another side. Yes, so it seems like what's going on is there's still some bugs in the animation. It's not quite right. Let's fix this problem first with the animation. So we'll run it in the debugger. Like, why isn't that looping back around basically? Is it too fast? 0, 1. Yeah, you see there's 0 and 1. Amazing. So we're seeing that we should have frame index 0, 1. That's great. So when we talk about there should be 2 frames. Yep. Both pointing to the same model. Bum bum bum. Okay. It's interesting. So they're pointing to the same model. Why is that? So when they load, this is very good. We've found some issues at least. The hash might match basically. So we'll go to this code here. There should be 2 slices. Okay, so there's only 1 slice. That is a problem. So yeah, it seems like we're reusing. Okay. This is very, very good. So potentially that code is stripping out, go to the Vox builder. It's stripping out the frames right at the end still. Right, so remove unused from the front. Yeah, I don't know. We're just best to get in the debugger because that takes too much brain power otherwise. So we change this out rather than shrinking box, we'll call it box. Get the right model. And we're over to the, let's just press F11 when we run. Okay, so we'll pop down. After it's read everything out, let's see what happens when it tries to process the data a bit. Here we go. So we'll find out there's 2 frames. Nice. Find out there's 2 slices. The hashes are different. Yeah, so there's, oh crap. This is interesting. So what is B? B is 0 and A is obviously 1. Ah, that is interesting. So I reverse searched. Yeah. So I did a reverse loop, but then when I reused A again, I'm not using the reversed index. Obviously I could do the while loop backwards, but I couldn't be bothered. And that introduced that problem. But there's more A's down at the bottom, I've just noticed. So right, that's good. Right, let's look at that issue again. Let's analyze the data. Cool. So we find yes, it doesn't remove anything. Cool, cool, cool. We go over these. We find there's no duplicates, I think. Yep. There's no duplicates, then we just write it out. You should have 2 slices. And the slices should be different. Let's double check this. Okay, the hashes are different. Why? Oh, it's a destination. Good, 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 good. Okay. Sorry, 2 seconds. I hear baby crying. BRB. Alright, welcome back. Yeah, my son's okay, he just slipped and hit his head a bit, but it's fine. Okay, so I think this data is fine. Oh. Right, so it outputs those 2 slices, and amazing. So the frames, 2 frames. Oh, this should point to frame. Oh, this one points to frame 1, does it? Interesting. Let's have a look at that. Both of them point to frame 1. Why is it using frame 1? Questionable. Very questionable. Model ID 1, model ID 1. Very questionable. Why? Oh, right, I see what it's done. So that would be... I didn't think I saved it properly. Yeah, 0 then 1. Cool. Alright, so we're getting different frames now. So if we go to the engine... That is completely different to what was getting last time. Right, let's go back to basics again. And we'll start picking away at it, but... This is all zeroed memory. Here we go. Let's go ahead and find... So maybe we can just delete all that, and then... Let's build a couple of layers on the floor or something. We'll pop that there and save it. complete fail, so let's delete that frame. So now we just got this for some reason. I have no idea why. You feel that whole thing fully? Save it. Should be completely filling that area. You know, we can start with something really basic. Where we... And then we pick material color 1 or something. Yeah, say if we did 2 by 2 by 2, that is 8, right? Start with that. So let's punch that in there. Build system's built, but apparently hasn't reloaded properly. Yeah, this is a 2 by 2 by 2. It's just very, I think so. So if I were to delete a corner, what happens? Right, let's just delete the whole top. So let's punch that in there, save it. This seems oddly inconsistent, put it that way. Right, let's inspect it in the debugger. So as we're reading it through here from the file, this is what we get. So we have some X, Y, Z of... Right, let's punch them in here. So X, Y, Z, I. All right, you got 14 there. So that's kind of interesting because we used index 14. It seems like index 0 is not even possible. You can't even select 256. If I were to color it, yeah, it's colored. Right, save it. Let's go again. Yeah, it's gone over 1. So technically, I should be reduced by 1, but that's a bit from the point. It's not really the problem. There's not really an index. So for some reason, crazy, but anyway, job done. Okay, so the next thing would be... It's not running with a new code. So we've just got simple 2 by 2 by 1. So we see a 0, 0, 0, 0, yep. How many voxels we got? 4. Yep. Be the last one, yeah. Does it come across another model or something? Yeah. Comes across another model. So then that's okay. So what does the end look like? There's 2 slices. How many frames you got? Right, 1 frame, and it points to model 1 or something. So we should see a duplicate, right? No, the hashes are slightly different. Right, so the code should also account for So we should 1 deduplicate, 2 also remove if it's not actually used. So remove unused. So we go over all of the frames. So found equal true, break. So we found a frame that references this slice, then great. If we haven't found it, remove it. So now it goes over all. So it shouldn't be existent in the frames. So we need to now remove it. And then if the slice index is greater than that, then decrement it down. Yeah. Cool. So that's a good improvement. We should enjoy that one. So let's take a look at that actually working. So it should be 2. Right, so we'll find out this first one is not used. So it's going to go ahead and copy it back. And then find out that this one's referenced in this, so it brings it back down to, yep. Cool. Then there's nothing to deduplicate because it's just one element. Nice, then we write them out. So we've got the slices. And we can look at this a bit more in depth next time, I think. Yeah, we'll get back to this one. But it's output, so then it goes to frame. There's 1 frame. The frame has model slice index 0, good. Nice, look at that, cool. So that's good. Let's restart it and view this. So this one tells us it is how big? 2 by 1 by 2. Yeah, perfect. So we'll put the hash in there as well. 4 voxels, right? It's 2 by 2 by 1. Then Now let's look at the exist map. Let's analyze this with all understanding that we have. So we should only have to care about there's 51. See, there's 4 bits on, yeah. There's 4 bits right there. So that implies that it's working, right? Because there's only 4 voxels, 4 bits. The material map, a little bit more complicated, but it should all be zeros actually, thinking about it. But it's not. All right, let's look at that. Is that? Oh, now it's 48. When did you become 48? I think I just broke it. Right, let's rerun that again. Cool. Right, so they should all have been index 0, to be honest. I'm not sure what happened there. But let's go and inspect it. There were a bunch of zeros, right? Oh, 1 is 13. Interesting. Okay. Right, that's fair play. We'll let it off. Cool. So we know that it's at least outputting that correctly. So what's going on here now? So yeah, maybe this is not respecting. I don't know what it is. So we could load it in render doc and visualize the memory. There should only be a single slice in there, right? But equally, we can just inspect it via here, right? We can go to here, find the upload code. Right here. Oh, wrong one. There should be one slice. Nice. Is it's 51, right? No biggie there. So if we get in here, we'll find that it's been allocated somewhere. The block, right? The start index is here, 151. It should be aligned to that times 16, which is 512 in it. Yeah. It's a bit of an odd number to end on, not gonna lie. Oh yeah. So right, so end might not be the right thing. To pad it to find as much room to align any block we find. Right, I see. Yeah, I don't think we need... Right. Some ideas here. Man, it's so hot today. Scorching. I might go and get a cold Coke. Maybe. It was nice earlier. Get another one. Yeah, this is like a voxel range allocator. So this voxel count is quite low, and we need to align it to the size of like a block. I'm wondering if this is kind of a bit silly because... Yeah, I think we want to change how this works. Rather than being a voxel allocator, allocating at the voxel level, maybe we should allocate at the word level. So there could be a flag in this thing where we promise every, we can manually align it actually. This is what we'll do. So we'll have an alignment of 1, but we'll actually say so you do like an align roundup. Yep. So you say the voxels count. So we manually just pad our sizes that we're trying to allocate anyway. That will avoid it doing any silly tricks, and that will avoid it padding it any more than it has to. If we take a look at that now. Yeah, so the voxel count is 4, right? So now it's just going to round up to the nearest alignment of 512. Now it's 512. So now when we go into here, it's going to add 0, and that just looks for 512. So it now should be able to fit perfectly snug. And when it returns its thing, it's just a little free list allocator. All is. Let's just go. Yeah, the end is 512 now, which is better. Better than it was. So it expects 16, right? 16 words. Yeah, that's 512. Good, good, good. think that's fine. The dims is still 2 by 2 by 2. Or 2 by 2 by 1, that's what I meant to say. And yup. All good. Okay, I think that's what you want. Doesn't fix anything though, but or fix anything of our problem directly, but it fixes to make something a bit better. Right. So now I guess we just got to check with the swizzling basically. Like, so here we do this sort of Morton. We take this coordinate and we then get a voxel index into this map. That seemed okay. So in the ray tracer now, I think we've got to put some things in here where we she'll hit the box. It's a 2 by 2 by 1. Is the volume being rendered in that sort of order though? Where is it? So render layer buffer. Yeah, I don't think the model dims are being taken into account. So when we're doing like a 2 by 2 by 1, it maybe renders it a bit too high. Yeah, that's interesting. So we've got to solve that problem out. So if we go back to going to load the instances, we have access to the model here, which gives us the dims. So we could so world from local. Like I was thinking maybe we just do like 16 voxels per meter or something like that. So I'm wondering how that fits in. Like the game doesn't know anything about what's in the model file itself, right? So I'm wondering what can we do around that? I'll be right back because I can get a drink. I'm so hot in it. BRB. All right, welcome back, everyone. Okay, see you, Stipe. Have a good day, sir. Have a weekend. God bless you, sir. I'll see you very soon. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, so we're currently encountering the problem now is like, so the ray tracer just puts a box, and the box is like, it's uniform, it's one size, right? It's 1 by 1 by 1. Now, what happens if the dimensions of the model are different? Then it's like, what do we do there, right? The box should account for that, right? So yeah, the box should account for that. So I think let's just change it in the renderer. But yeah, we could squish it here. Basically, so you want to, so you get the largest dimension, you divide everything by that and multiply it, something like that. So you want to do it, so you make that sort of like transform 3D. This would be something like odd from local. That's like doing squishing all that, and then you should local from voxel, something like that. So uniform scale from non-uniform scale, some of that, or wait, unorm doesn't make sense either. So you're trying to say we could just call it scale, let's be lazy about it. So essentially we just do transform, so scale transform 3. Right, scale dot scale, that's it. So it would be whatever the maximum size of the model it's per, it's interesting. Right, it's per slice. The slice actually sits on the GPU side, so we've got to do it in the vertex shader. Cool. So you get the voxel dims here, and if you divide it by the maximum element, so you do ratio divide equal max element of ratio. It's not really ratio at the moment, then, is it? So it's that'll be called So that means if you got a 2 by 2 by 1, you're dividing it all by 2, and you should get 0.5 in there. So this ratio is a times norm by it. And that should be the one part of the fix. Right, something is kind of wrong here. Is there a model here? I don't have access to the model. Right, let's get that. Right, interesting. This seems to be kind of working now, although we're missing the tops and bottoms for some reason. What we're looking for. Yeah, I think that ratio ends up squishing it down a bit too much. And there is a thing in the pixel shader where right, ray direction, ray versus the box. So T should probably be shrunk by 0 point. Maybe because it's a 1 by 1. Sorry, maybe. Yeah, maybe because this has a height of 1 that it's a problem. I guess we can leave this up here. So we can print from shaders, we can do that if we want. So effectively, we can put where the ray is and put some things down. Thing we can do. Greater than or equal to. If any are greater than or equal to, then it's interesting. Okay, so we can do cell chord. Right, so if is mouse at, this should be coordinate. Then print me out this, please. Cool. So here's the ones where it should be hitting. And so I do also want to print out a cell. So we do a UVEC 4. We'll do the cell index. Yeah, that shows us the step, basically. Yeah, so at that you can see here, right, done a 0, 1, 2, 3. So you look at those, that's the step index on the left, the X. So it is trying to step Right, it just gets stuck basically, and then it never hits. Something like that. But your 1 on the X, it should be retrieving hits. Because why are these retrieving hits and ending? What's so special about these? The 1 on the X. These have 1 on the X build here. Because this, ignore this X, but this one here. This is the X, Y, and Z. So 1 on the X, and then it ends. But over here you get 1 on the X. Oh, XZ1, okay. Yeah, you get 1 on the X there, but it doesn't end. That is strange. Oh, could it be this spacing thing that it's trying to do? Okay. Still, it's a bit weird. Oh yeah, that's because of the shading pass. Yeah, I'm not sure if you should do that spacing thing anymore. I was thinking about doing spacing, but maybe we could just do some post-process borders. That might be better. I was thinking about adding some like... Anyway. Cool, let's hop in scene shade and remove that. That spacing parameter. Hmm. No, sorry, it's meant to be voxel model. So it's got like a spacing parameter in there, we should get rid of that. That's the one I want to get rid of. So game, we'll get rid of that. So it was like a way of basically shrinking the voxels down a bit of spacing between, but it's actually a really bad idea. Because if you look at it like straight on, you'll peer through the whole thing and it will make the ray tracer take ages on a few pixels. Terrible idea. So instead what we'll do is we'll add a way to visualize the fact that they are little bricks by making them a little bit darker. And we'll do it as like a ratio, I think, of like 0.1. So we can do that in scene shade, we can add it in post. But speaking of scene shade, let's just go over there and sort that out. So right, so here's the spacing, yeah. So I hooked it up to like a debug. So I'm thinking what we can do. So you ray trace against it. So you could do 2 ray traces against the same box, but one's just a bit smaller. And then if you miss the second one, you just get a different color. That might be what you want. So we'll just call it yes, we'll find that debug slider and we can have a play around with it basically, but we'll hard code it. So what we want is this, and then you can do a second hit. Now the color, yeah, the material's here. But the material is just a bunch of, well, it's just an index to a bunch of properties, right? You don't control the properties directly. So, I don't know, we could add like a tint or something to the shading pass. Oh wait, sorry, that was being completely dumb. You get a color at the end right here, where literally you just tint it. But that'll be post shading though, right? It's not really the best. What you really want to do is change the color basically of the actual surface, right? Well, maybe not. Right, let's do it the hacky way here. So let's say you get a secondary hit, so you say B2, so you say if BH dot is greater greater than 0, or yeah, so that's where you overview tint. So tint equal that. Cool. Right, so if it misses the second one, then there's a big problem. So you then just say, right, if tint. Probably not the best way, but let's just try it anyway. Might look okay. So say times equals 0.9. So obviously if the color's already basically black anyway, you won't really see it that much. Maybe it should be applied in a different way. So X is near there. Yeah, that didn't work too well, did it? Okay, so one, it kind of looks uninitialized, and two, our blocks look like they're poking. I see the problem now. Yes, the reason why this comes up very bright here is because this is the top of the surface, and it still thinks it's a box still, like an actual cuboid. Sorry, an actual cube. It's actually a cuboid, right? So that's the reason why I was able to see that when we sort of try and do this thing where we shrink it. We can see that they're kind of going higher than the surface. Yeah, I'm not sure where this uninitialized stuff is coming from. Tint is up here, set to false. but it can be set to true. Oh, that debug is being used for something else, isn't it? Maybe. Where else is that slider being used? In the ray tracer. Oh, this didn't end up compiling in the end, right? Okay. That might be why. So the ray tracer didn't recompile. Yeah, something's not happening right. Let's change this debug slider, which gets passed to the GPU. See, that is bizarre because unless it's not recompiling, it is. But this slider is literally hooked up to nothing. Well, it's here, right? Let's get rid of it. So where is it hooked up to? So it's just in the settings, shared, right, it gets passed there and never used. So why is it responding? Are the shaders actually being written to the right place and therefore being read properly? Okay, there you go, cool. So, good to know. Then, but it's literally commented out. Oh, the normal's being rewritten. Of course. Right, okay, it doesn't rewrite the normal now. So, that was the issue. Right, so I was expecting to see if is not infinity. Cool. So we're seeing some kind of tint. It's not that great, to be honest. Right, so the second problem is they're actually bigger than the object they're in. That's why the tint's not looking that great. Sort of works on the sides, but it kind of doesn't as well. So let's fix that problem next. Then we can make this tint better. So that might be because the shading is out of sync with the... Oh, yeah, the shading pass is out of sync with the vertex pass. Yeah, so there's this world from local thing. And yeah, then it's ray tracing against it again. Without being squished, basically. So what do we do in the... The voxel layer buffer is yeah. So we get the depth, the coordinate, and we start doing the ray. And yeah, I think even in local space it needs to be adjusted, right? I think we need to divide. We need to get that ratio and squish the origin, maybe. Yeah, I think that's what's missing. So when we're talking about this, do we do ray direction as well? Potentially. So we do ray direction ls times equal, and then origin as well, I think. Now this needs to stay in sync with the scene shade at the end. So right, I think it's super extended now, as you can tell. Gone a bit crazy. So maybe it needs to be a divide. Or what we're looking at doing is going the other way around, basically. So right, that sort of worked on the scene shade side of things, but not the ray tracing side of things. Cool, there you go. Voila. So that's handling that side properly. That's good. Now, if we take a look at the yeah, so I did this sort of t times. What did I do with t again? Didn't I times it by 0. How did it fix those other problems, basically? Oh no, yeah, okay. Don't worry, I didn't do that in the end. Cool, we're in a really good place there. So let's go to scene shade. And let's look at this tint and make it better. So what we could do is just be like, you know what, if tint is available, let's just make it... We could just make it super dark. But then still, if a surface is super bright on top, it doesn't necessarily... Yeah, squish is better. Or you could do... You could take the log of it, maybe. It might be a bit crazy. Yeah, but you can't do a log... No, this would be going to territory of Hang on a minute, sorry. Log of 0 is not a good number, is it? It's like really bad. Yeah, it doesn't work. But you could add a little bit. You could add some... What's the minimum value for log? 2, isn't it? One? Yeah, so you just add 1. Then you won't get infinity. It was looking cool though, right? It was completely wrong, but it looked great. You could, yeah, it looked kind of funky. but and glitchy, but yeah, so let's do it properly. So you add 1 so you don't encounter that problem. And now between the light spaces and dark spaces is not so much different, right? But yeah, that's a bit too much, maybe? Or maybe it's fine, because we zoomed far out. That might be the size that you want. But yeah, so that number was what again? It was 0.145? Yeah, about 0.15. But you can obviously make it more and shrink them. But let's make that configurable. But we can just do 0.2 is quite thick though. Let's do 1.5, that's good. So I'll be happy with that. So if we get rid of the debug here and the inverse spacing, so we can put this at the top of, well, let's just hard code it, 0. So that's 2.5, isn't it? So do 8. So if I bring that down, cool. Very good. Happy with that. Right, so what else do we need to do? So we were just trying to get the animation thing working, and then we found out a 2x2x1 wasn't working properly. So now we know a 2x2x1 works fine. We've now got to get more things working. So let's go to a 4x4x4 and let's save that. Great. That's super weird. So if I was to fill this with okay, that is interesting. So it seems like it is now thinking it's only 1 in but that's 2x2, right? So super bizarre. We need to get rid of that print code as well, or maybe not. Right, so the whole reload kind of busted a little bit. That was nice. But right, so let's start undoing this and how does that look? Can I push that, save? Okay, so this is interesting. Let's have a look at this odd little structure. We are getting it cut off around here. It's not very nice. It seems like the XZ may be the wrong way around. Sorry, YZ. Brain. Potentially. We don't really have a way to draw the wireframe of the box. But would that be helpful? To draw the wireframe, maybe? Hmm. Alright, let's get rid of this debug print for now. We can comment it out. So, what do we do next? But yeah, we could just... Render doc might be our next best option. Although I'm not sure. I've moved the directory around a bit. Hmm. I forgot my HDR doesn't look too great in RenderDoc, but nevertheless, that is fine. If we get a good view, something like that, we should be able to look at the wireframe at least. So, some passes in here. Upside down, look at that. Look at the mesh output. So unfortunately, can't flip it, can it? Hmm. Okay. But yeah, what we find is corner is cut off somewhere. Oh, does it get cut off later? Weird. Let me look at that again. Right, I see a clear cutoff. Let's see it. As here you can clearly see a cut. It might be flipped upside down. Cool, so we see... Yes, you see it here, still. There's the cut at the end. When it comes to the depth only pass... Yeah, I think it might be in the vertex stage. So if we just do... Now I don't know why this is, but let's do X, Z, Y. You'd have to do that in every place though. See what happens there. No, it's still cutting. It's a shame. I think I want to have a wireframe pass built into my engine because that would be helpful, right? But where would we draw it into? So we can just draw it straight into scene, into the scene after the color pass. Yeah, so it's graphics VK. So let's go to the render frame or frame. It is render frame, isn't it? Come on. Or just render, okay. Yeah. So, so we do the sky, do the meshes, do the voxels, then we do the shading, compute some exposure, and then we do a debug draw on top, right? So where we do this debug draw stuff, we basically want to draw any wireframe stuff. So this already has some kind of like pipeline. So if we simply look at this one, well, the non-Z version, this one here. So you want to copy this, find this, the voxel one right here, and we simply make a new one. So we're doing a new pipeline, we're calling it the voxel render wireframe. And right, so we can take, yeah, maybe we can just do graphics voxel render wireframe. And we'll just have a wireframe fragment shader. We'll do the triangle strip thing. We'll do depth, no depth testing or anything like that, just right test color attachment, and that should do it. Let's get the shaders written out and then we'll wire it up. Oh, pipeline ID. Okay. So if we go to the engine code, modules, graphics, Vulkan shaders, we'll add the shortcut right there, but okay. Right, so we'll copy this one. Wireframe. Now we'll just take the fragment as well. Okay, so I reckon so the wireframe, yeah, I'm not sure we need to change much then in this shader actually. Maybe we can just reuse this one. So this one is just supposed to output. So you're this pixel interlocked thing. And we just output color. Right, where's like a standard fragment shader? Right, O color. White, please. Right, so I reckon we can get rid of that other one we just made. I reckon we can just reuse the layer buffer one. And then all we need to do is call this later on. So we can say so render voxels wireframe. So we do the layer buffer stuff still. And wireframe. Now we just got to make sure we load in the right color buffer. So the color attachments need to be matching the draw 3D. So the one without, yeah, this one. Two seconds, my son's crying. Let me check on him. BRB. Alright, welcome back. Yeah, all is good. My son decided to, probably because he had the TV turned off. So I got his drums out for him. Funny boy. Right, so we want to do like an array count. Okay, so no depth. That should be... That should be it, right? Think so. Right, so we want to render this. So we use the right pipeline, wherever that is. Pipeline. Yeah, the wireframe one. Cool. Alright, here we go. So we just got to launch this somewhere around here. And we can make it a debug switch. Right in the settings, hey, render wireframe. Right. That appears to be rendering the wireframe a bit too well. So it's not just a wireframe, it's a box, right? Because somebody didn't select the fact that he wants a wireframe. But at least we know it's working. So we go to the pipeline, wherever that is. Oh, it's here. Yeah. So Topology line. I don't know. Is it line strip? I forget these things. And then you don't want any culling. No, sorry, it's triangle still. But then there's a mode, isn't it? There's a I forget these things. I think you do line. Let's get right in there into the actual API, because this is my simplified version. Here's the Vulkan version, which is stupidly long. That's why we don't use it directly. Right, I forget, my brain is too fried. Let's go to Vulkan, wireframe, render. I think you changed the topology, but there's two options, isn't there? I forget now. Yeah, it's use line. And then there's line width. Yeah. And then you want null culling, obviously. Right, so what about when triangle strip was used? I guess you do line strip, right? Right, it seems to think you can just use line. So we'll try line out. Line list. Culling mode, we want no culling. Well, yeah. And no. Let's try that out. Oh. Whoops. I was changing the wrong one there. This is the one I want to change. Line, list, culling none. Cool. There we go. So we're getting our wireframe now. The only issue is it looks kind of terrible. It's very dark. So what we need to do is probably multiply this maybe by the something so it looks good in HDR, right? Because the value of 1 is not enough. So there is kind of like an exposure. I wonder. So the exposure is calculated here, right? So it's auto exposure. So then in post processing, we get the exposure. I wonder if we can use that. What do we store in the globals? Average luminance. That is the value we're looking for. So if there's an average luminance in the scene, so in wireframe, if we just poke in there G average luminance, now that I don't know, what is G average luminance? Doesn't seem to be saying it. Right, let's just print it out. So print, might print out it a lot, but it's fine. G average luminance. Yeah, we should put 1 in the alpha value, not gonna lie. Oh, so it's 1. Okay. Right, so we could just poke out 32. That'll do. There you go. Ta-da. So is this what we want? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't seem to be the right configuration. So we can find... I think it is meant to be strip. It's not working well. So maybe we can't use the same shader. Right, let's write it out so it understands it more. So I draw a cube with triangle strip of 14 vertices, and I want to show a wireframe of it. Let's see if it understands that. Make up a cube, only drawing the... However, because triangle strip forces every triangle to connect with the previous one, rendering a clean wireframe of a cube introduces unique visual and structural changes. Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, there's a polygon mode, isn't it? Right, why did it tell me to use... Did I ask it? Right, okay, I misread it. There is a polygon mode. That's what I was looking for. I remember there was something else. That's why I was confused. Right, this is easy now. Fine. Okay, so you got topology, triangle strip. Yeah, so we need to add another one to this. So polygon mode. Easy. Polygon mode. So GPVK. Where's poly? Where does that go exactly? Rasterization state, obviously. poly, spec, poly. Cool, so the default one of them is fill, isn't it? Yeah, so I don't touch it. Ah, much better. Right, so poly line. That should work. But fill mode non-solid feature. Great. Can't believe that's a feature in Vulkan. Oh, some hardware might not want to support it. Right, so it's probably in the features one. So the first set of features. This one right here, features. The non. Look at that, isn't that amazing? So what we find out is yep, the box is too small. You see that edge? Comes out of nowhere. The box is too small. This is good to know. Well, we knew that, right? But we just wanted to know, like, is it... So this is a 4 across here, yeah? And this one is a 3. And the height is also a 4 up, right? So I wanted to know whether it was like a, you know, a swizzle problem, but it's not. So it's something to do with, go to the layer buffer VS. Yeah, I'm glad we got this in, it's very helpful. I'm wondering whether we should do the culling, though I think culling back still might be nice. Let's try it out. Yeah, culling back is just nicer. Obviously we can make that an option. Yeah, it's less noise. Yeah, so basically layer buffer visibility, sorry, layer buffer vertex shader. So this sort of ratio thing we're doing is not necessarily correct. I don't know, do I times it by 0.5 at the end for some reason? No, it's too much. Do I for some reason times it by 2? But that would make it grow, wouldn't it, in some cases? Yeah. So like so we didn't put this in here. What would happen is it would be kind of fine. Interesting. Oh, all right. It's a 3x3 in a 4 volume, a 4x4x4 volume. Yeah, I see the issue. The 3x3x3 and a 4x4x4 volume. So, oh yeah, so you're supposed to then also probably offset by something. Because it shrinks in the middle. Yeah, there's also something to do with like how we're gonna... Yeah, when you position it at 0, 0, 0 in space, we need to make sure it's in the right. Like, I think I'm doing it bottom, middle, origin. We need to add that in as well. Yeah, this is interesting. All right, so ratio... Oh yeah. So what my exporter does is it actually shrinks up this volume. So it says it's a 4x4x4. But what my exporter actually does is it shrinks the volume now to be in a 3 or something like that. And it should have provided... Okay, so there's no minimum offset. That's not very good. Yeah, there should be maybe some kind of like offset in here to account for that. But yeah, so we need to sort the alignment of this box properly, especially when it's shrunk in space. What do we do? But the origin is down here, right, bottom left. I'm glad that's the same. So what does that mean exactly? So the offset wouldn't necessarily be anything. You'd have just shrunk it. But not shrinking it hasn't done anything. Yeah, I don't think that's the problem with the offset then. So let's put this back. So what is the max element? Let's print that out. So print 0x ratio. What are you saying? So x1, 1. Now we look here what we find. Right, where's voxel dims? 3, 4, 4. Oh, maybe it shouldn't be max element then. Or maybe it should also be offset. So what are you turning that into? 7.5. What happens if I did plus ratio take 1? I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, we had that 2x2 though, didn't we, the other time? Right, so maybe you're not meant to change the box. Yeah. But maybe you're meant to change it inside the ray tracer only. So yeah, we get rid of this here. Oh. Weird. Let's run that again. Maybe the hot reload stopped working. Sometimes it does that. No, it still looks fine. That's a 3. Although the 3s are looking a bit... They're looking more wider than taller, you see. So yeah, the box does need to be squished here. Scene shade. So it's a uniform box, right? We can tell it's quite even. But because I've got 3... So yeah, we do need to shrink the box. That is very true. Right. Okay, so we're not actually shrinking it properly. So where's... Hmm. Right, I see. This one's a vector 3, the other one isn't. They're one's a float, one's a uint. Vector 3. This is the problem, I think. Yep. That's the issue. Um, Layer buffer fragment. Nice. There we go. Right, we found out the problem now. That's really cool. Cool, we're very, very close now. So there's one more issue to sort out. And that is the... Well, we've got to get the animation working, but also the position. In terms of position, really it should be centered around this bottom center and not the center of the object. It's the way we're deciding to do it, I think. So... let's keep playing around. We shrink this up. Save. Nice. Do you see that? It's still as we expect. Nice. Let's try the other model then. This seems alright, or can we do... Alright, let's try something. Push. It's already busted, isn't it? Interesting. Right, this is because it shrunk the volume, but yeah, it's not near the origin, so we actually need to apply some kind of offset, potentially. Right, so let's write to-do list down here. This is what we need to do. So there's like we need to get the... We need to have some kind of min. We need to respect... So export min such that when dims is shrunk, it can be a smaller box and repositioned in the right place. Wait, wall rendering. So we need to support that because what's happening is it's actually clipping the pixels off because it's not offsetting the volume to account for that. We also need to support the... So the bottom middle origin needs to be implemented such that all models basically have a single... So no matter what the height is, they'll all be in the same place, providing you provide a point. But yeah, so say if we did this and export it. There it is, one model. Yeah, and also something, it needs to respect the size as well, doesn't it? Like, I think we need to make... So we need to scale the models such that 1 unit, so 1 meter we'll call it, is equal to 16 voxels, right? Yeah, we need that. Right, let's go see if that works. Cool. Sort of. Because it's not respecting the min. It's shrinking the volume size. Yeah. Or should it be bottom middle, or should it just be bottom left? Near, so it... Yes, maybe we just need an offset. Yeah, stuff to think about. Cool, so we're getting very close now. It seems like the data is kind of, the voxel data is fine. It's just, how do we position things, position the volume and stuff like that. And with regards to its position that we pick in the game, right? What's the sort of origin? Right now it's the center of the object, so it does stuff like this, where it should be retaining the volume that it's in. So it should be doing this instead, right? Yeah, very close. Cool. Good progress today. Liking how that's going. But yeah, in the meantime, guys, there's a Discord channel. If you want to come and chat in the meantime. Check out the YouTube channel. There's a video up there that you should guys check out. Talks about the game that we'll be working on. When these models can be imported and all the problems sorted out, we'll be starting on the actual game. So I think, well, let's say there's one more stream. I thought this would be the last stream, but there's been some edge cases still that we've got to handle, but it's getting very close still. But yeah, hopefully one more stream and then we can give that a go. Or yeah, then we start building a map basically. If you watch the video, you know we'll be building a map first. But yeah, and thank you for everyone who's supported the channel. Appreciate you all. If you want to support the channel, get access to the codes for on your own local machine, you can go to Ko-Fi and support the channel that way. But yeah, guys, have a good start to your weekend. I'll hopefully see you all on Sunday stream. Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, there's a stream at 7:30 p.m. GMT+1. And there's also a stream on Fridays from 2 p.m. That's it, guys. God bless you all. Hope you have a good weekend, and see you later.